Extraordinary public meeting of the island. I herewith open this extraordinary public meeting of the Island Council of St. Eustatius for today, Thursday, August 21st, 2025. I would like to welcome those present in the hall as well as the general public listening by way of local radio and the Facebook page Statia Government. I invite us all to please stand in respect of the Golden Rock song. Seating. The meeting is herewith officially opened. Agenda 2 regards announcements, and in the announcements I would like to share that Council Lady Lopes Spanner is absent with notice due to an off-island appointment. I now look to you, the members of the Island Council, if there are any announcements. Herewith approve the agenda as set by the members of the Island Council. Agenda 4, agree to a speaking time. Usually our speaking time is 20 minutes first round, second round 10 minutes. What does the council say? Point of clarification, point of order, Mr. Van Putten.
Madam Speaker, indeed, as you mentioned, that 20 and 10. But because of the nature of the agenda point, I think that everybody should have ample time to explain whether they use it or not. So I would like to propose 60 minutes in the first round, so 1 hour and a half, an hour, 30 minutes. It is not a pleasure for me to stand here.
With your permission, Councilman Van Putten, just for public awareness, the technicians have just informed that the internet is not working optimally, but we all would have experienced this since earlier in the day. So I would like to apologize to the general public. That is not much that we can influence. So we will proceed with our meeting, but know that it is an island-wide situation that we encounter. You may now continue.
They're not able to follow it at all.
It's in and out. Okay, and so Councilman, I will give you the floor. Thank you so much.
Yes, Madam Speaker, like I said before, we are met here today under extraordinary circumstances. And even though as a professional, long-serving member of this office body, I always look forward to the opportunity to come and to debate whatever the issue may be. But today it is not one of the times that I come with go back in history, because this is not from today or yesterday. It's from the day before and the day before and the day before and the day before yesterday. It is in existence for 2.5 or more years, where you have this ongoing saga between the stakeholders involved at the Brendan and Bumperton School, with parents becoming uneasy, parents frustrated, parents depressed, even to the point where many of them would have approached over a period of time their elected representatives and stating if something is not done, then they will be forced to remove their child or children from the school and send them elsewhere. We know all too well, because we who are here as adults today and are leading this country, many of us that left at the tender age of 12 and 13, some of us years later became parents. And even though we had the luxury to be able to send our children to the GBB school where they would stay some years longer, even when they would have had to leave at 17, 18 or more, yet it was painful because you are sending your children escalated to preposterous proportion. And as governments, as the Island Council, we must stand and be counted. We must make a decision on behalf of our children. This saga has reached to the point where we saw the Lansbury Middle Act, the federal mediator, a mediator that was appointed by the federal government, came to the silent Madam Speaker, and there was discussion with the parties involved. I didn't approach the individual. I didn't even know that there was a mediator appointed. But I know the individual, having worked at the political level, because he himself in the past was a minister in the government on Aruba. One morning I got a WhatsApp and asked if I was available for a call, explaining, of course, was writing to me and explaining that this is the situation, and if I was open, I said, of course, I'm always willing to listen. And I think that what he explained there, it was rather frightening. Rather frightening from individuals involved who led the school, not only from a perspective of a board, but as a director, principal. Individuals who had and maybe still have children at that school, and who clearly states that they have education and the children of this country at heart. It was disappointing. They no longer wanted to sit with the mediator and talk, because the mediator was not singing or dancing to the tune of their music. The situation continued to escalate. The Island Council would have met, and at that time I was clear in saying that they should go. But conventional wisdom had it that people within my own faction felt that we should take a different route, and by allowing the members of the executive branch of government to do their part. If my memory served me right, I heard from members of our government that basically said that the school tell them hands off. It's our backyard, it's our decision, and we should make the decision. I said on the floor of this council before, the only thing, Madam Speaker, that I will not interfere with in this country is the churches, because there's a clear separation between church and state. And so I would not go and tell the churches how they should run their affairs, but anything else that takes place in this country and the government have any concern, the government must step up to the plate, and they must be able to ask questions, and if needs be, apply the law where possible to ensure that the general well-being of this country is protected. And Madam Speaker, the discussion went to and fro, even after the last resolution of the Island Council, which also dealt with an ordinance strengthening the Wayway 2020 that gives the Island Council the authority to appoint or dismiss a board. I said before, and I know they are listening, yesterday we had the opportunity to meet with the Kingdom representative, And on no uncertain term, I told the kingdom representative it was 5 minutes past 12 o'clock. They were late. Because I'm hearing now that OCV in Holland is putting monies and putting people available to assist the government and the management. We are late. I referred to the reports from the inspectorate, and those were damning reports. Those reports, Madam Speaker, make reference to the state of affairs of our education in this country. They said it was below the norms, very below, meaning that our children was not getting quality education. I heard from parents, I heard from teachers, where they were there, they were bullied when trying to advise management and the school board with things that they felt was necessary in order to help empower and facilitate them in the execution of their jobs in teaching our children. We also know that for almost a whole school year, children would have had to go through a process where they were not getting crucial subjects as part of their education. And again, when teachers approach and try to draw this to the attention of the management and board, they were rebuffed. A lot of warnings, a lot of threats, even to the point, Madam Speaker, that good teachers would have left our institution over the last year, the past academic year, and even before. I know of one particular teacher who is one of the prominent, one of the best maths teacher, I'm told, that was at the school. This teacher, not so long ago, would have gone to Holland with his family after making this contribution. But when he ended up there, he realized that he was missing home because he saw Stasia's home, and he repacked and returned with his family because this is the place that they love. This is the place that they consider home. And they return, and both that teacher and his wife is making a valuable contribution in helping to educate our children. My information tells me that this teacher, again, because he dared to speak against the injustices, the things that were going wrong at the school, was pushed in a corner, beat him all over his head, not physically beating, but with pressure and with threats and the likes, to the point that the teacher had a burnout and have decided to leave. Thank God he didn't leave the country, because from time to time, maybe not like you, Madam Speaker, because every time I see you on the Facebook, from time to time, I scroll through. And just recently, I said that teacher was willing to accept a salary cut and basically go down to a lower level where he's making this contribution at the Bethel Methodist School. And I have a lot of waardering, as they would say in Dutch, because he could have chose to go to another island in the Dutch Caribbean. But that tells me of the dedication of teachers like these. There were many others who left. I heard the Commissioner of Education said that he met a teacher, I think it's either here in the airport or in St. Martin, that was leaving. And when he asked, "But what would you do?" "I don't know, but I'm leaving because I cannot deal with it." And there are many others. I was privileged to go at the site, I think it was on Tuesday of this week, and where I stood in solidarity with the teachers and listening to some of the things then and even before that you hear from these teachers as to the level of conduct and behavior of the board. It is unbelievable. And so I said a moment ago, I don't want to be on the wrong side of history, because I stood in this council on so many occasions, one time for a brief moment as a commissioner, but all the other period, I stood here as a member of the Island Council. I beg your pardon? Yes. Yes. I stood, I'm here before, and I said I will do what I have to do. But Madam Speaker, we are here, a defining moment. And so the introduction was a bit lengthy, but I will continue at the part, and I don't know if you want me to do it now or you want me to go according to the speaking list, whichever is your desire, because I don't want to lose focus. So if you permit me, I would want to continue in this round as a member.
Thank you for your introduction, Councilman Van Putten. We will go immediately into round one, and because you are the person who proposed this meeting and the topic, you are the first speaker.
Thank you very much.
You may now speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to continue, we were here, like I said before. We discussed, we did debate. There were tense moments because I don't hide anything. I am very open. I had concerns within my own factions. I had concern with the members of the Executive Council. But even yesterday, it is good for the public to know that concern linger because according to the advisors, the issue now is whether it is a public or private school. Madam Speaker, it's a public school. I hear that statute was changed, and at the time, representatives of government was on the board, and they may have gone along with the proposed changes. Speaker, I don't care who was on the board. Even when the government had a representative or more on that board, and they may have gone along, they would have had to inform the government who put them there. And I think some way along the line, I saw where a bushel, a decree of the Executive Council would have to facilitate and ratify but they should have actually seek permission, to make those changes. There's games played by OSA, and I don't want to use this bully pulpit here today to be in a fight with them. But I have lost all confidence in OSA. All confidence. Because I said to the Dutch representative here in this region that what is taking place in Statia, it couldn't happen in the most downtrodden municipality in Holland. It could not happen. They would not permit it to happen. And the two most important areas for me in our democracy, in our state of play, is healthcare and education. And Madam Speaker, both of them are in shambles. I told the Dutch representative in this region, our people continue to die because of the lack of proper healthcare. Just last night I understood somebody that should have gone since 3 weeks ago or more. And the system failed to refer them before. They took sick and they had to be flown out. And these are the things that is happening here in this country. I am an example 5 years later, waiting in a year now since I reached out to Bonaire, finding out why they removed and ignored and disregard the referral that was sent here. And now what we're getting, they are telling you that it is a Bizonda school, a private school. Well, who determines that? Holland? The other thing that people need to understand, I was at the table in 2009, leading up to 2010. And I remember the governments at the day, and I see the most senior advisor to the current Commissioner of Education, Healthcare and Education, Mr. Roy Hogan. I know you will tell me don't call names, but the public must know, Madam Speaker, who signed. They signed where they agree that they would let Holland run certain departments of our Department of Government on behalf of the island because we didn't have the full quality. We didn't have enough expertise in place, and we didn't have the money in order to be able to hire in the people. And I said, well, okay, if it is for a particular period, then okay. I didn't make too much issue about it. But 15 years later, it didn't happen. When they came in and they removed my government unconstitutionally and in a very radical way, they promised, Madam Speaker, that they would make improvements, and they improved what they wanted to improve. But 15 years later, they did not stop to what was signed and agreed to. Not only that, it was stated that it will be done, and when the islands were in a position to be able to run these institutions, that we will indicate that and they will give it back to us. They don't want to give, they want to take more. Additionally, even though there was managing on behalf of the islands, it was very clear in the document that when decisions need to be taken, het zou gedaan worden in afspraak met de entiteiten. Meaning, when decisions were to be taken, it is clear in the agreement that this will be done in consultation. A lot of decisions is taken. And it is sad, Madam Speaker, that we have politicians, elected and appointed officials who are still afraid. Because when decisions are to be taken, we become more caught up and more legalistic than the lawyers of 14, 50 years. Because we are afraid what Holland would say. Holland is not running this country. Laws were placed before us. And they said that we need to work with these laws. But I am a firm believer, because in the spirit of the law we could have interpretation, a different interpretation. Moreover, there's always loopholes in which one could go around. And so this issue that is still lingering in the minds of certain members of this body, or even in the executive branch of government, as to whether it is a public school or a private school, it is there. But I know of 3 private schools here: the Seventh Adventist School, the Methodist School, and the Rolling Rock School. Then we have Governor de Graaf School, which is a public school, and Gwendolyn Van Patten, which is a public school. It's not a private school, it's a public school. But we have different stromingen, as you all would say in your Dutch language, different streams and currents in the ministry, both in Holland as well as in Bonaire, that they're saying something different. But Madam Speaker, I got my advanced education in the United States. And I know when the first articles of incorporation took place in 1977, I know at that point in time, it was described as a public school. I also know at that moment that the government, the commissioner at the time, Madam Speaker, who was a commissioner in the island territory of the Windward Island, the late Charles Austin Woodley, God rest him in his grave, was the one, and he didn't speak, Madam Speaker, of a private school. He spoke of a public school. Also, where it pertained, the changing or making changes, because we took note of the fact that that foundation that was put in place back then, we know that it was amended, I think, for the first time in 1999. I think it was around that time when I started to be corrected. But also, there is some place in the law which we like to be so legalistic about and refer to the law. And Madam Speaker, since the Dutch is not the strongest language, with your permission, Speaker, I would like to ask our griffier to read what the English and the Dutch version says. And then you will give me back my paper. And that is pertaining to the changes. So I will request that you read the Dutch version and give an explanation what it means for the listening public in English. Because I'm not a Dutchman, so I may say it wrong. So let her read it and give an explanation in English.
You will give the explanation?
No, she will be the vertaler, the translator of what she's going to read here. Because I don't want to add and take away, so let her give it as it is stated there in Dutch. and translate it in the English language.
Okay, for the
Keep-
record, what I'm reading is the article, the deed of incorporation of the foundation of the secondary education. This deed of incorporation is from 1977, and the article Councilman Van Putten is referring to is Article 14, which is titled Ontbinding en Verevening, Article 14. Het states het besluit tot wijziging van deze statuten en tot ontbinding van de stichting kan door de Raad van Bestuur slechts worden genomen met een meerderheid van 2/3 der stemmen van de in de functie zijnde leden. Then it goes on to say, een besluit als bedoeld in het eerste lid treedt niet in werking tot dan het goedkeuring daarvan door de bestuurscollege. Meaning, what I assume what they mean is the dissolution or to change the statutes. So to change the statutes, besluit tot wijziging van deze statuten en tot ontbinding van de stichting. Correct, the dissolution of the board deems the approval of the bestuurscollege. Yes, the executive council, sorry.
You just passed. So, Madam Speaker, it is clear. But what I have noticed in this country is that we get a lot of people in foundations, be it schools, libraries, and different organizations. We're the one to spend the taxpayers' money as they feel. And I remember I sat in cabinet with Glenn Smith years ago during the government of Hope. And we came with a policy. And I'm told that even NEPA's money, but they don't want the government to have any say. So they make sure, and I know sometimes back on the pressure from the Dutch, they didn't want commissioners to be chairpersons. And to some extent, I agree. Although they're doing it in Holland. Politicians, members of parliament, is involved in even foundations in the Dutch Caribbean region. But the local politicians, because they don't like us, they feel that we are gangsters, we have no integrity, they make sure they put that in place, and I had no problem with it. But again, I'm saying, if you're talking about the taxpayers' money, whether in this council or private citizen, I won't speak. And so they have been changing to the point now where they tell the government, hands off. And then what I was disappointed about, I alluded to the federal mediator that was mediating between the stakeholders and had to run for his life because he felt bullied by some tyrants at the time in the school board. Then they sent the former cabinet secretary, island secretary of Sabre, who they told me now is the director RCN. I didn't know he was a labor mediator. Then I was at the airport sending out my children back to college. And I saw the former governor of Bonaire, who was also at one point in time director of the Ocean Bay here in this part of the region. And we entered into a discussion because I think that we have a cordial relationship. And he said something to me, and I told him, I said, you need to be careful. But when I learned after of a meeting between himself, the school board, and the union, where he basically tell the union, hands off, the school board have the total authority to do and undo. Then I asked, how neutral was that individual? Then I'm also told of the personal friendship and relationship between this individual and the current czar at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School as far as management is concerned. How neutral one can be. Because if I'm your friend, governor, you're my god sister, I might tend to be biased. So if you're talking about neutrality, then you need to, and I think the most neutral person was the appointed labor mediator. And even there, the authorities at the school were not prepared to cooperate. Speaker, the communication break down, completely down, between the management and their staff. Their staff feared for their life. Even in recent time that they took to the picket line and they were told in advance, if you picket, we would stop your pay, or we would find ways and means to fire you, to terminate your agreement. And I think this is preposterous to the highest order. And Madam Speaker, it is also outrageous. In the 21st century, we don't have bullies walking around here anymore. Maybe they're here, but we need to stop them. I was at the school last week where I saw the wife of the commissioner, and his sister was also on the picket line. I was shocked. Shocked, Madam Speaker, but they were there. And after standing in the sun for quite some time with a high blood pressure, I saw two police officers coming. And later I was told that they sent them because the school said they was disturbing the peace. I live in Curacao. I work in Curacao. I study there. And Madam Speaker, Errol Cover, a former comrade and colleague, picket parliament, he picket schools, he did all kinds of things, standing up for the rights of the workers. And in our democracy, in onze koninkrijk, in onze Nederlandse staatsbestel, Madam Speaker, the union is told that for you to be able to demonstrate, you need permission. Madam Speaker, is this a democracy? Autocracy. I believe that people have a right even to come and demonstrate against the government that I support, or even to demonstrate against my function as a member of this august body. But now we are told that if we're going to demonstrate, we need to let them know in advance, so preparing them in advance. Madam Speaker, that is serious. It's a toucher on the fundamental rights, infringes on the fundamental rights, Madam Speaker, of freedom of speech, expression, freedom of association, of coming together. This is serious, Madam Speaker, and we are supposed to be a part of a kingdom, a constitution, Madam Speaker, that says that they believe in democracy and the freedom of expression. Speaker, using this measure that I'm proposing today, I didn't take it lightly. And even when I said it several weeks and months ago, because I have that vision as a leader to realize what has now taken place, that it would happen. Despite the fact, I myself reached out to union officials and said, but listen, where possible, you all also would need to cooperate, sit on table. And I think the letters that came to all Island Council members and the executive branch of government, which was also published, would have seen that the union and their members have shown willingness. But we had a set of strong-headed bullies, Madam Speaker, in the board as well as in the management, who felt that we were about the law. And it was not about the children, not the parents, but it was about what they wanted to do. And so even at the last moment, Madam Speaker, they refused. School open. I saw teachers on the street this morning. And I saw children, I read somewhere that they said something with water. Now, I'm married to a renowned, well-qualified educator who loves her job. And I know a week, 2 weeks before school starts, you have to return home. And so again, the management, Madam Speaker, was doing due diligence. They would have known whether the water was contaminated, the pipes were broken, or whatever the problems are. but the children are home. No willingness to sit down and to come to a solution, but ready to threaten. What I find rather sad, we have locals, both in the board as well as the management, and they are accepting this repugnant behavior. And they too, Madam Speaker, are in concert plotting against the young people of this country. And I said in my long career, I don't want to be on the wrong side of history. And I could have stayed at Camp David and don't interfere. But Madam Speaker, how would I walk on the streets and look at the young people in their eyes and say, no, I'm not going to do anything because I'm afraid of what the ministry think or what the ministry. I don't have nothing to what the ministry think or say. I have an authority as an island council. The executive council have a responsibility to defend the interests of the people. And Madam Speaker, there might be times that you need to challenge the very system that you are involved in. I was in Holland about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and I went to one of those, what they call the water island. And one of the colleagues alluded to an issue that they were dealing with. And they asked, but what does the law say? How does the federal government respond to it? And they say, yes, the law's there and they have certain restrictions, but if it's in the interest of our municipality, we will ignore it and do what is best for the country or for the municipality. And that is what is happening in Holland all the time. The laws are there right under there, nobody ain't interfering with them. But if you pass a wind and it's too hard, if you breathe and it's too hard, they jump on you when it is convenient to them. And Speaker, I am not racial, but I said yesterday, and I'm going to say today again, if it was a black Caribbean person was at the helm of the management at Gwendolyn Van Putten School, they would have been out. They would have found ways and means, Madam Speaker, to root them out. And I'm hearing elected and some appointed officials who still have the fear and the doubt and tell you, oh, you can't remove the school board because it's a private foundation. While the laws are here, Madam Speaker, the first article in cooperation, it was formed by us as a public entity, as a public school, and they told you what needs to happen, what needs to take place if any changes or amendments is to take place as far as the articles of incorporation is concerned. I trust the judgment of my griffier because the deputy griffier is a lawyer, but they also have other external legal advice that they could count on a day-to-day basis. Even when the Island Council passed the Island Ordinance, the Dutch was up in the air and they tried everything possible. And if I lie off of Dolly Aliana, I like to call names, so don't do nothing with me, because I won't call your name. Dolly Oliana told me that every effort was being made for them to destroy the Island Ordinance, which is a competency of the local government. Even then, because we caught them with their pan down. And I know they are listening. Madam Speaker, I don't want to be a part of a body that I have to be looking over my shoulder, hiding and having doubt, is it my authority or the authority in Holland? No! Then why the people in this country would have voted? If you vote to put Island Council members in place, who in turn put commissioners, and we always doubting where our authority stands, then I need to get out of here, stay in Camp David and go on my farm. And put all the time that I have possible, because then I don't know what my competency, I don't know what my authorities are. And Madam Speaker, by the way, I know what mine is. I'm not a lawyer, but I consult with my griffier and her staff. And I also have external people, whether it's financial, economic, legal or what, that I consult with them. And Waiver 2020 gives the Island Council authority to appoint and dismiss members of that supervisory board. They have failed in every aspect because they have not been reporting to the Island Council. They have not been reporting to the executive council, I stood in here, and when I asked questions, the commissioner, they didn't know, because there wasn't any meeting. Well, I understand there might be some form of meetings now, but there were no meetings before, and they were doing as they please and as they want, and continue, Madam Speaker, to intimidate and to threaten qualified teachers who dare to come to this country, and some of our own very local people who are qualified in that field and have made themselves available to educate our young people. Madam Speaker, it is 5 minutes past 12. As you Dutch people would say, de kogel is door de kerk. The kogel is door de kerk. I guess if you could translate that later down for what it means for the listening audience. But Madam Speaker, there's no more time. And that is why today I consulted with the leader of this honorable opposition in moving forward. And Madam Speaker, I think the time has come that we must stand in defense of the children of this country. And if we are honest to ourselves, that we love our children, whether we have children there, yes or no, it is our responsibility as the highest body in this country to take a stand in defense of those children and to bring peace and tranquility. Just yesterday, in speaking with the leader of the opposition, she, well, not only with me, because she said it in the meeting, where parents reach out to her that celebrated the graduation of their child, only later to find out that the child did not graduate. Also, you have children, Madam Speaker, that may have graduated, but the opportunities moving forward is not there for them to be able to study. What are we doing in this country? Do we want a country of dummies, Madam Speaker, where the blue-eyed people would have to come in this country and continue to determine and decide for us what is good, what is bad, what position we can get, whether our people can be referred overseas, what school they could go to, maybe even what churches, and what social gatherings and facilities they can attend. Madam Speaker, I wouldn't want to be here. I would go to Guyana with my wife. If it reached to that point, Madam Speaker, where we are not the masters in our own country. And I have one, I told my wife it's not my intention. Stay at home. But if it becomes untenable, Madam Speaker, where I can't survive in this country, where our people can make decisions in this country, then we will leave and we'll take Chelsea and her family. The boys will have to fend for themselves because they are boys. But Speaker, it's not good. It's not good, and it's a shame that we had to reach here, because even when the Executive Council, whether direct or indirect, would have asked them to leave, they tell you they ain't going. One of the commissioners said, they said basically, hands off. We make decisions. Well, if the way 20 is wrong in that ordinance, what we will pass here today, and I call on the members of this body, both from the majority as well as the minority, to choose, Madam Speaker, for our young people, our children, and our parents. And Madam Speaker, if we fail to do that, then we will be deceiving and failing the country, the people, the young people that all of us, almost 3 years ago, during the general election exercise, we said the young people, the children, are the future leaders of this country. And so, Madam Speaker, as I indicated to you in our conversation, I will present the motion. And that motion, Speaker, deals with the removal of the current school board. And I should mention here, Madam Speaker, that even the very articles of incorporation, that they are violating it, because the board consists of 7 members. And at least for them to function, they should have 5. And I understood they are operating with 2.5, because I saw a letter that the minister, the island minister of education, would have sent to one of the members. So that's why I say it's 2.5, because I don't have the individual resign, because the commissioner accused him of inappropriate behavior and activities based on the letter. And so, Madam Speaker, whether it is 2 or 3 or 2.5, fact is they are violating their own articles of incorporation. And I believe, Speaker, in wrapping up in this round, the time is up. The cocoa is door the cat. And I said, go, they must go. Make room for more level-headed people. People, Madam Speaker, that we perceive that will have the interests of the students, the parents, and they would be able to bring the stakeholders in question together. Because the time has come, Speaker, that the young people in this country needs to be able to leave home. Parents must know that when their children leave home in the morning, whether it is 6:30, 6:45, 7 o'clock, to be at the school, parents must know that they are in a safe environment. But more importantly, they are facing teachers, Madam Speaker, that is not stressed out, that doesn't have to be going to counseling every other day, or whatever the circumstances may be. Speaker, I have my grandchildren, my 2 granddaughters, because the others are living outside of the country. And I'm concerned not only with GVP, because there are signals also coming from other education institutions in this country. But you know, again, I'm saying, oh, we're getting the money from OCB, so you don't have nothing to do. Yes, I have something to do with it. Because the money that OCB or the Dutch government is paying to them, it's my money. They're collecting taxes out of this country. It's my money. And so because it's my money, it's my country, it's my children, the schools are our schools, yes, I have to say. So I'm also sending a warning to the other education institutions that if you don't fall in line, or if you step out the line, I'm coming for you as well. It doesn't matter whether you're Catholic, Seventh-day Methodist, Protestant, or whoever you are. If you mess with the children of this country, Madam Speaker, and don't guarantee a comfortable environment, an environment where our children could get proper education, then I will use this bully pulpit. I have 1.5 years to go still. I hope God will give me good health and spare my life. And I will use this pulpit or any other forum to ensure, Madam Speaker, that business must go right. The interests of our children, our parents, our country, that it is done and done in an orderly fashion. And so, Madam Speaker, whether it is in this round or the second round, the first round, I would read the motion.
Then your motion is complete, because I understand there would have been.
Oh yes, sorry, Madam Speaker. In consultation
yes,
with the leader of the opposition and even with my faction, there's some amendments that will be made. So I would suggest at some point that we have a break. I don't know if it is now or after the other members would have made a contribution to this debate, but there would be some changes, some addition, and 1 or 2 deletion, Madam Speaker, that will make the motion complete. We all of us, I hope, in the interest of this country, and the children in particular, that we'll be able to do it. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Councilman Van Putten, we ordinarily and by custom of the council, the person who has presented the topic and the motion, you presented during the first round. So I will give you and the rest of the members of the Island Council the opportunity to take a brief. Will 30 minutes suffice, Councilman? 30. Would it suffice?
Madam Speaker, I would suggest 45 minutes.
let's, members of the Island Council, 45?
Yes, it could be less, but sometimes if we leave it and then do one amendments or changes, so if they could do it in 30, it's more than that.
I believe what I'm signaling is that the changes that were requested were being worked on, and we believe that 30 minutes will suffice. I herewith adjourn the meeting for 30 minutes, starting at 3:10. We will resume at 3:40 p.m. Meeting is herewith adjourned. I herewith resume this extraordinary meeting of the Island Council of St. Eustatius for today, Thursday, August 21st. Agenda point 4 regarding escalating situation at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School. And before we paused, Councilman Van Putten concluded his round 1. And to finalize round 1 before the other members of the Island Council address this body, I will now give Councilman Van Putten the opportunity to read the motion aloud. You may now speak, Councilman Clive Van Putten.
Madam Speaker, I believe I had some minutes still in that round. But in any event, for conventional wisdom, I would go over the reading of the motion on this 21st day of August 2025. Considering the recent strikes of the teachers of Gwendolyn Van Putten School, considering the inspection reports relating to the poor quality of education at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School, considering the breakdown in communication and the lack of cooperation among the stakeholders, considering the lack of intervention of responsible party OCB, considering the children are the future of this island, considering all adults are responsible for the well-being of education of children, considering teachers are entitled to be respected and protected in an educational environment, considering parents' mind needs to be at ease and trust the school board, management, and teachers when they send their children to school, considering government cannot neglect the unjust is done to the future of this island, considering that history will hold us accountable for failing the youth by standing idle while the future is being abused, considering the youths have the right to be educated in a positive, respected, and friendly environment. Resolve that Island Council, having established that there is serious neglect of duty by the current school board, will exercise its authority under Article 3.15 of the Law Advanced Education, 4 Gazette on the Vice, 2020, to resolve to commence procedures to dismiss the members of the current school board of the Gwendolyn Van Putten School effective the 15th of September 2025, to immediately establish an interim board to assume the responsibility for the management and governance of public education and the school in particular, to request that the interim board be asked with restoring trust, ensuring accountability, and safeguarding the educational environment for children, parents, and teachers, to request the Ministry of OCB to act within their proper role, meaning to cooperate with the newly to be established board, and it goes over to the end of the day. Madam Speaker, I guess in situations like these, we will never be able to have full agreement. I believe in this process that all the stakeholders, all of the parties, certainly the members of the council, and by extension the executive council, because we had a long, intense discussion. And I am a road man. It was said in there as well, I'm a road man, because the road elect me to the Island Council all these years, and I will continue to have my ear on the ground with the road. But in any event, this is what we came up with. And I would hope that by taking this decision, that both the board, the current board, and the management will do the honorable thing. I have taken notes of the many comments, even by current members of the board, prior to this meeting, and even now that this meeting has taken place. But like I said before, it is here in this council where leaders, elected representatives must rise to the occasion and do what they have to do. And for me, like I said, I don't want to be standing on the wrong side of history. And so this motion is presented, and I call on the other members of the Silent Council, even though we might have condescending and different opinions, different of approach, but in the interests of all the children of this country, and even those to come, to support this motion. Because by failing to do this today, Madam Speaker, we will be sending the wrong message, not to the governor, not to a commissioner, not to a member of the Island Council, but to the children of this country, because they too are listening. And I will hope that we will be able to sit and come up with the proper methods in moving forward and seeking a permanent solution, because this will be an interim board. It will be an interim board, and direct instruction will be given as to what needs to be done. But we need to restore law and order, we need to restore unity, we need to restore tranquility, and above all, proper and quality education for the young people of this country. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Clyde Van Putten. We will now continue with the remainder of the members of the Island Council. Second speaker in the first round, Councilman Glenville Schmidt. You may address the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone in the meeting, those listening by various media. Well, we're back here again today, unfortunately, with the continuing situation surrounding our secondary school. The agenda point talks of an escalating situation at the school. And yes, we know it has escalated to the point of work stoppage, otherwise known as a strike of teachers and probably other staff. This week, at the start of the new school year, unfortunate that the students, children, have to experience these events at the beginning of their school year. Education, as we heard already, is one of the most important areas of public policy, because it concerns educating the future generations of our citizens. And so it behooves all of us, to take it very seriously, all aspects of it. We have a situation in our islands for a long time now that education is no longer directly under the political organization. We've privatized it out to various foundations, persons who on a voluntary basis, at least in the past, decided to dedicate some of their time in order to organize education, organize schools, manage schools, so that the children can have proper education. And like everything else, it's not going to be smooth sailing every day and all the time. There are going to be disruptions. In almost every country, we see strikes of schools or breakdowns in communications with school boards and management and government. So these things are expected. But when they do happen, Madam Chair, it is not about pointing fingers, at least it shouldn't be about pointing fingers or assigning blame. It should be about sitting with each other around the table and see where we can find common ground. And I can't implore more in this present situation here in Statia that this is what is needed. All parties, stakeholders have a role to play: government, ministry, school board, school management, parents, teachers, students, all have a role to play, and the staff, of course, and their representation through their union. And if one party, one stakeholder is unwilling to sit at the table to discuss and talk, then as they say, dan ben je fout bezig. The goal is to come to a solution to these issues. Everybody has rights in this situation. There is a law that governs education. There are laws that govern labor relations. There are laws that give parents and students and others rights. There are laws that give school management, principals, directors, their directives and their responsibilities, what they have to comply with and how they have to comply with. The Ministry of Education, through their inspectorate that comes regularly to the islands and do their inspections at the schools to determine whether the schools are meeting the standards and reporting on this. They too have an important role to play. So I'm not going to stand here, to argue the positions of various stakeholders and parties. I think everyone who's involved should know, through experience and the time that they're there, they should know what their role is, what it's supposed to be, and they should know what the legal requirements of their positions are. So all I'm going to do again today is to call on everyone to get around the table again, to humble themselves, as they say, and have the necessary dialogue and discussions among each other and come to decision-making with respect to furthering the cause of a peaceful settlement. The Island Council some time ago passed in this chamber a motion, and we also put in place an ordinance based on the law, education law for secondary education, because the law says we as Island Council have a responsibility in that. Well, today is the next step in that. What we are attempting with this motion that is being presented today, to see if we can move the process a step further. Despite what's ongoing with the escalating situation at the school, the goal here is for us as Island Council taking our responsibility to move the process forward towards a resolution. No guarantees how it's going to turn out, or how long the process is going to make, but we have to make the steps. And if necessary, we'll have to come back again for another round, and we have to keep going until we get the result that we desire. So I will leave it here for now again and call on everyone again to put their best foot forward and to do what's necessary to get our education, our secondary education, operating again as it's supposed to, and have the students in their classrooms receiving the necessary instruction. And everyone, including all the stakeholders I mentioned already, again, you know your role and your responsibility, and we call on you to take it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Glenville Schmidt. Councilman Derek Simmons, you may address the meeting as the third speaker for today.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. We're talking about education. And sometimes when I see what's happening, I wonder if we're on the same wavelength. When I look at the different schools I attend, from kindergarten right up to university, I can't remember one time I even know or seen or hear about who board members are when it concerning whatever issue a school have. Often, management of the school, talking principal, director, is the one that deals with matters, managing the school, deals with those things. It's amazing when you look, you read these letters coming out. Recently, there was one about the water situation. And I looked down, the first thing I went to the end of the letter, read it like the Chinese thing, to see who is writing this letter. It's not the manager. We have a serious problem. The question is, who is managing the GVP school? The only secondary education school supposedly on station. And apparently, it's not being managed by the one who is in question. The ministry seems to have no control. I see in the media where yesterday after the strike, an article came out, but I take note of a few moons ago, we passed the ordinance concerning secondary education, setting the law, the framework in place, how to act based on the situation to be a responsible government. Up to now, I haven't seen a word in this paper. The silence was deafening. I even went down to the registrar's office and asked if they heard anything, because it's quite strange that you pass certain things that even there's talks before threatening, if you do this, this is going to happen. If this is done, that's going to happen. We put the ordinance in place. Silence. People say nothing happened after that was put in place. But behind the scene, a lot of things start happening. Meetings, talking, persons being appointed, flying in, flying out. There was one person I met during a tour, and I asked him, I thought you went fishing. And only I didn't mention to him, but I heard through the grapevine, the person was here particular to deal with the GVP situation. And to me, that is not the way we're supposed to govern this island, especially when it comes to education. I believe we are trying, we are using the tools to our disposal. I always mention our reality. We are living in our reality. Whether we have the money or not, we are trying to do the best we can with the limited resources that we have. And often, because we don't have the resources to execute the education system as we would like it to see, sometimes people see it as they lose respect for you. I've been on a school board, very active. And up to today, I can look back and saw what I have done with that school. And it's still happening. And there came a time when I told them, take me off the board. The first year, it didn't happen. The second year, I told them again, listen, I still see my name listed as a member. Please take me off because you do not want me to resign, because I won't resign in silence. And I was taken off. Why? Is because, they see me as a quiet person. I heard the good gentleman say as being afraid. But often, sometimes you have to be careful. You have to do your research. Read the articles. I've seen advisors come, and the first thing I do is I go and confirm, is this article, what is it saying? I don't just take it for granted. What they tell me, it's what it is. And sometimes my intuition's telling me, hey, there's something wrong here. They are fishing. They are throwing, what the term is, you throw a sprat to catch a fish, a whale. And often that is happening. So sometimes they put up a front for you to back down or stop doing something, and we read there and often it works. But I do not work that way, especially when it comes to education. I have mentioned it many times, and I believe this situation is going to end up probably as a legal dispute. Often as a community, I believe in our culture, we don't end up much in front of the judge, but I see probably the posturing of individuals taking place that we might end up there, and both sides is saying we're doing this in the best interest of our students. Still, our students are failing. And often when I see students failing, I heard the past weekend results came and the result wasn't that good. I was not a teacher in front of classroom, but I have taught many, including teachers. And often I feel successful when I see they are successful. And I can point, listen, I helped that one out with maths. I helped that out with different areas. And I don't have to brag or anything. Because of how they live their life, they are productive. That is what makes me happy. We went to a school called Colegio Urbano in Aruba. And it was amazing where every year half the students used to fail. And sometimes the way they talk about it as if they're proud. And that sort of made me upset. And I said, why are you proud because students are failing? You should be proud students are passing. In St. Martin next door, you see educational schools that in the summer you will see in the papers the achievements of almost, sometimes the graduation rates are in the 90%. And I say, hey, that's amazing. That is examples of where we should follow. But often we try to reinvent the wheel ourselves, do it, take on whatever things as if we're taking on a new problem, but other has problems too. And sometimes in the region, we can team up, we can get together and say, hey, how do you go about dealing with this? But I can't, sometimes, I can't just, all I could use the word amazing. Because I heard last week that there was trainings before the starting of the school. And every minute you hear trainings and this and that is happening, upgrading taking place, but still the failing rate is not good. So I believe as members of the council, as a council, we have the duty, the wish to see that the future leaders, the future members, the future's workers, the future's whatever that is building this country have the best opportunities that are available to them, and that we are not just leaving them hanging. Whether, they will call like a person like me, like I'm afraid or not, we sometimes have to do things in a responsible way. Because, yes, you might end up in a confrontation, but you do not want to leave it at that. Because if a fight happens and they say this one win and that one lose, that's not the end of the situation. The fight is probably a result of an escalation of things that took place. But that is not what we're here for. We're here to make education, and I use the word in general, not just secondary education. Education in general for this island better. It starts at the creche and continues. The secondary school here is not the end. Sometimes persons feel they finish here. They don't know. It continues. And I believe education continues until you shut your eye. Because in this system, if you do not educate yourself, you do not progress. For example, learn what online banking is, then you will end up in a problem. And I have seen persons where you see them by the ATM machine with somebody else helping them. And I say that's an unfortunate situation, because those are things that you should be able to do yourself. Things that you could do yourself, do yourself. Don't always have someone doing things for you. And coming back to the situation that we have at hand, management of any education institution is important. And the manager should act accordingly. If you're hiding somewhere behind the mountain and the school is going on somewhere else, then we have a problem. And I believe the ministry can do better, because in the past they have made drastic decisions, sent home principals, and before you could blink your eye, they're gone. And then you have a situation where they'll tell you, hey, your hands is tied, there's a report, let's see what's happening with the report, let's see how it's going to turn out. How can something turn out better when it ends up where people are on the road with signs? And I think this morning in the paper you see an article as if things are good. The children, they're learning. There was a situation where there was a strike taking place. It was taken care of, and business continues as usual. I think that is pretending that the situation is not as it is. And when you read things like that, persons are not taking things serious, and situations like that, like this, is not going to fix itself. And I hope and I explore that we're giving the Executive Council the tools, and the governor collectively that you can use what the framework that we have put in place and make things better. And we might be not, it might not be perfect because things are changing all the time. Sometimes I feel sometimes there's organizations working against us, but nothing beat a trial than a failure. And I'll leave it here.
Thank you, Councilman Derek Simmons. Council Lady Raquel Spanner Carty, you may now address this meeting of the Island Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. The last time we stood in here, or I stood in here and discussed this topic, I gave an elucidation on the various reports that were out there by the Inspectorate. That was for public consumption and to bring about awareness. I'm not going to do that today. It's not necessary. Today, I want to ask questions and for us to remember why this topic is even important and who it's about. We take this serious because it's our students, it's our children, it's our future civil servants, our future doctors, nurses, carpenters, plumbers, masons that you can't find. These are our children that we're speaking about. We discussed earlier privately, about getting emotions involved. Statia is small, and we all know people that are involved, and we all have a vested interest in this. Even if you don't have children at school, your neighbor does, you have nieces, so it touches us all. What we need to do as a council is to ensure that any move we make or propose is for better and never for worse. My question is, when we send home everyone, we need to be sure that we can ensure at minimum the same level or better of uninterrupted education for our children. How do we ensure continuity? How do we ensure that education improves or exam results improve? Can we ensure that our teachers are paid at the end of the month? I seriously feel that everything that is going on is a distraction. And that is why I implore today that we keep the students at the center of all of this, because we tend to get, again, for the lack of repetition, emotionally involved. We need to remember it's about the students. I don't know about any one of you, but I sincerely starting to feel like we're a setup. I swear it's a setup. Because impossible that such a serious matter doesn't have more attention. It's impossible that things got this far and nobody stepped in. I don't want to ask how. I rather ask, why didn't this step in? Why are we as a council pleading for a ministry to take their responsibility? Does it make sense? Is it a coincidence that we have gaps in our government structure at the top that we can't fill? and our students ain't even making the grade. I almost feel like we're being set up to fail. Community is fretting, crying, why we always have foreigners, why we always bringing in foreigners. And now we see that our own are not being equipped or taught to take those positions. Any developing country invests in their students, in the education. That is foremost, because we want them to take over. I have no idea what they are planning, what is the purpose of this lack of involvement from the powers that be. Today for me is about de-escalation. It's a plea to the ones responsible to step in. And that is not moving away from any responsibility that I have as a council member. I feel we have done what we can. We have brought awareness to the situation. We have supported those. Everything that we have done thus far is within the scope of our authority. People seem to think that we have a lot more power than we do. We are doing what we can. And I feel that it should have never come to this. I feel that there is some hiding behind curtains of policies, procedures, convenient interpretations of the law. How can you ignore a situation when persons that are at the core of the system sound an alarm by striking that something is wrong? Doesn't that merit the attention of the responsible ministry? How long are you going to be investigating? Where is the transparency with the results of what you have found thus far? I will not change my mind that we are being set up and we are so busy fighting each other internally to realize that something don't make sense. And we are puppets in somebody's game. We are being set up to fail. And until we focus and pool strengths to benefit our students and their level of education, whoever is pulling the strings wins. Colleagues in the council and the people of Statia, I ask you to wake up and look around and realize that the situations make no sense. If we claim to work together or care, we should work together to solve the issue. Commissioners, I look to you to enlighten and advise on what can be done. You have done so behind closed quarters. And I will lastly say that if we are not careful as a council and adhere to the very laws that we expect our people to keep, motions that we pass will be empty because even we are not above the law. I will leave it here.
Thank you, Council Lady Raquel Spana-Carty. I now look to the commissioners of the Executive Council and Commissioner responsible for education, Ruben Merkman. I will now give you the opportunity to address this meeting.
to the council. Good afternoon to my Madam Chair. It seems as if even my good cousin don't want me to say anything today. The crisis.
Of order, Councilman
Madam
Van
Speaker,
Putten.
Madam Speaker, through you, may I remind the Commissioner he is a guest in this House. The members of the Council stood to their feet to address this Council, and I will accept no less from members of the Executive Council. May it please you.
Thank you, Councilman Putten. Having said that, we also know we don't have all the right facilities, but I will ask you to stand, Commissioner, and do as we have done many times in the past, to address the council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you rightly alluded. No, that's okay. That's all right. No, leave it on. Anyway, that's all right. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Today we're here dealing with the crisis situation at the GVP school. And it has come full circle. And it was approximately 1 year ago when the teachers decided that they were going to take a union in arms. At that time, it was during one of my travels to the Netherlands that I had a meeting with OCV in July. I believe it was July 3rd. I had a meeting with OCV, and I told OCV at that time, OCV, you all have to do something. This is not a union that is going to pion, because on all my visits to the Netherlands, I've been crying out and telling OCV, listen, things are not going well. I'm hearing a lot of concerns, and I think you need to step up and take your responsibility serious. And as I just indicated, now we have come full circle where the staff of the GVP school are saying we've had enough. And as an educator myself, there's a song that goes, Nation of Importers. I would like to think that I come from a nation of educators. You know, and I've been accused of not doing anything in relation to this whole episode, and I will deal with that today. Because I'm glad that people are saying that. I'm glad that people are saying that because it shows me, it tells me that what I've done behind the scene reflects not impartiality, but doing what is right according to the law. That's what I stick to, the law. And I'm glad of that. Because of any person within this council, I've been touched by this whole episode more than anyone. Because my wife works at a school, my sister works at a school, and my cousins have all been gotten rid of at the school. You know, so I've been touched more than anybody else. So when people are talking, they don't know what they are talking. Brian is my cousin. Lexi is my cousin. Celia is my cousin. So, you know, all of them are people that stand up for principle. Because it runs in the blood. We stand up for principle. That's what it's about. And I believe in leaving my actions speak louder than any talk. For some time now, the Executive Council has been calling for a education department to be reestablished on the island. And we are still in that breach, fighting with OCV to get an education department established on the island that we believe will contribute greatly to the performance of our students on the island. It hasn't happened yet, but we are not going to give up. We're going to continue fighting. Now, getting back to the situation at hand, I can remember recently, not less than 2 months ago, when I went to Holland, and the whole executive council was there, and we had a discussion pertaining to the same GVP school, and I refused to go on the picture. I refused to take a picture with them because of the nonsense, the ignorance it was telling me. You know, so when we do things and we say things, it must be factual. It's approximately 6 months ago that the situation started to really escalate. On March 13, to be exact, 2025, as Commissioner of Education, I sent a letter to the union and to the school board inviting them to a meeting when I learned of the situation that was escalating at that time. And on March 17, I had a meeting with the union to ascertain what was going on. We had a very nice meeting that they basically told me and gave me a briefing as to what they were experiencing. And on the 18th, I had a meeting with the GVP school board at the time, and basically they were actually trying to break the accusations, contest the most of the accusations of the union at the time. And I think when those concerns were brought to me, I dealt with it in a very serious manner, and I escalated it to the competent bodies that deals with education, and it seems as if those actions fell on deaf ears. I think when we look at it, the OCV Caribbean Nederland, in my interactions with them, they were also aware of the seriousness of the situation, and the Caribbean and the OCV Netherlands, they seem to be not really impressed. So what Council Lady Spanner is indicating that it is kind of baffling that they could know that our children, a whole generation of students, are being effective in such a manner, and then taking a kind of standoff, lackadaisical attitude. That was baffling to me. Also in April, various video meetings were held with OCV colleagues in Bonia and in The Hague. And their standpoint remained that OCV cannot intervene because the inspection report does not conclude that there are serious enough infractions that warrant intervention by OCV. In the same period, mediations took place between the GVP board and the union that failed. And that was when Councilman Van Putten went into quite some details as to that with those mediations. But when OCV tells me that they cannot intervene, I have to think on when I was working at a school and we had a principal there that was, I mean, from one day to the next he was gone. and they say don't call no name, but Council Lady Spanner mentioned his name earlier inside the meeting, inside the side room. From one day to another, this gentleman was gone. And Osewe is telling me if things are not going good, that they cannot intervene. So, I don't know. On May the 19th, 2025, the Island Council adopted a motion about the escalating situation at the GVP school. Based on this, the Island Council, making reference to Articles 3.7 and 3.11 of the Wet voortgezet onderwijs, concluded that the Island Council has the authority by the law to involve and can exercise supervision over the administration and establish a public legal entity to manage public education. True. Based on this motion, the Island Council requested the Executive Council to establish a public entity to supervise public education, and we have done that. The Island Council eventually adopted another motion relating to Articles 3.7 in the Wet voortgezet onderwijs. This motion, they adopted resolve in the Executive Council to take various steps that we have done those, because one of the things that they wanted was that we should have discussions with the ministry, and those we did. They requested that a letter be sent to the minister, and that was done. And we got back a response from the minister indicating that in June 2025, they requested that the emergency letter be sent to the State Secretary of Osewe, requesting for an intervention of Osewe at the GVP school, because it is the only high school on St. Eustatius and there are serious safety concerns, integrity concerns, and governance issues. Considering that the local government was invited, considering that the local government has limited to non-intervention tools at its disposal. The minister responded and indicated, listen, we don't warrant the situation to be that serious, and we don't feel that they should intervene. Inspection is busy, so they will wait on inspection. So that's another reason why we are here today, because Osewe and the minister did not feel at the time that the situation was serious enough to come in and take up the responsibility that was placed by their door. In discussions with Osewe in June, they had a standpoint pertaining to whether it's a public school or private school, and that went on for some time. And in our discussions with them, we even indicated, listen, we would like to have a TISN report from inspection. They promised that, we never got it. During the summer recess, the Executive Council continued holding various work meetings with different stakeholders on these topics. One of them that was mentioned was Tim Muller, the director of Kadwis LCN. We held meetings with him, and also with the board at the time, and we felt that we had made positive steps into solving the situation at the Gwenlliman Putten School. My colleague, commissioner at the time, made a report of the meeting, and a couple days after, we got back a response from the board, and it was quite it's interesting that they went back on most of the proposals that we had made jointly. So that really put a spoke in what we were trying to achieve. And then, as it was said by Councilman Van Putten, then came in Nolly Oliana. Sorry for calling the name, but someone else came in, and he had discussions with us also, and we were hopeful that something would come out of that, because he was trying to mediate to bring the both parties together. That was unsuccessful. Then also we had, recently we had the Kingdom representative by us at our table, and he again was trying to broker understanding. And as far as as my knowledge goes, that effort is still ongoing, because he felt that he had access to higher levels within OCV to make a decision. So we still await what is going to happen out of that. And also, yesterday we had a meeting, a caucus within our faction, where we updated the faction as to the latest developments with relating to our efforts to bring some type of understanding, clarity to the situation that we have at the GVP school. Currently, there's a strike ongoing, and as Executive Council, we feel that we have to stay abreast of the situation, but we don't feel that we should get involved in the process, because we should be the one that can be objective in this whole matter. Because at the end of the day, we have to follow the law, and we must also be an example of that. And I'm not saying that anyone is breaking the law, but rules, the Executive Council have rules that they have to abide by. I think I've given a small synopsis of most of the efforts that the Executive Council have undertaken in relation to the GVP saga. And it's not about this week. We have been busy with this issue for more than a year. And I think the whole Executive Council have been involved. At first it started with the Commissioner, and then it was escalated up to the Executive Council. And on behalf of the government, I think I should make a general statement relating to everything that was said. The government of St. Eustatius, as EXCO, we are acutely aware of the ongoing concerns surrounding the Gwendolyn Van Putten School. And based on what I elucidated, we recognize the gravity of the situation and the profound impact it has had on our students, their families, and the dedicated educators who serve our community. Education is a cornerstone of our society, and any disruption within our school is a matter of utmost importance to the Executive Council. In light of recent development, we would like to affirm our unwavering commitment to resolving these issues swiftly, constructively, and with full transparency. We have engaged in a series of strategic discussions with all relevant stakeholders for more than 18 months. These stakeholders include the school board, the union, the Inspectorate of Education, and representative of the Ministry of Education, Culture, and Science. We would like to assure the public that these matters are being addressed with urgency and care, because we are part of this society. We are stations too. We are committed to working collaboratively and respectfully, and I say respectfully, with all parties involved to reach solutions that will benefit our students. Our goal is not only to resolve the current challenges, but also to reinforce long-term confidence in the educational system across the island. And we would like to thank all the station community for its patience, engagement, and continued support as we navigate these critical moments together. And I say together, and I would like to admonish everyone to keep in mind the most important factor in this whole equation is the students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner of Education, Ruben Merkman. Commissioner Leerdam, is there a need for you to, I got a signal that the response from the Commissioner will suffice. I look to the members of the Island Council if there's a need for the second round. Members of the Island Council, round 2. We will go into a round 2 on this topic. And I will give the word to you as the first speaker in this council on this topic. You may address the meeting, Councilman Clyde Van Putten.
Madam Speaker, the jury is out. The jury is out. The nation and the world is listening to see where we will stand and the position we will take on such an important matter. Madam Speaker, as I said before, I don't have any kids at the school. The children of this country, I consider my children. They are concerned as to what we're doing. If by making certain move, it can get any worse. Speaker, it can't get any worse, in my opinion, than it is at this point in time. I heard the different members of the meeting discarding on OCB. Words was used to the point, and I respect them, that we are being set up. Clyde Van Putten is not being set up. Nobody can set me up. As an elected official for over 2-3 decades, I know my responsibility. And I said before, healthcare, education, and all the other things, that the different ministries in Holland, but particularly the Ministry of Home Affairs and Kingdom Relations, because they have been behaving as they are a government within the federal government in Holland. And they decide what happened here, yes or no. And I keep hearing that fear. Oh, the ministry ain't doing this and the ministry ain't doing that. We might be set up. I don't feel set up, because I know what the role of the ministry is. Because again, I'm saying that the commissioner, the government at that time, signed for the Dutch to take responsibilities for a certain period. And when they did that, the hope was that they would train and retrain and help us to improve the governmental apparatus. In that agreement, like I said before, it was agreed upon, signed, that when decisions are taken in these various departments pertaining the islands, that it will be done in concert, in consultation. But Madam Speaker, I heard of the inspectorate report, which I alluded to. All kind of different things. And they ain't coming. They was ready when we passed the Bill of Rights in the Constitution in 2018 to come and put the coup on the island and accuse us of all kind of different things. But the fact they ain't coming, and the fact that they're telling you they don't warrant this, they're telling you they don't give a damn. Be you strike that word. They don't care. Madam Speaker, they don't care. They don't care. And that's why they're not coming. I said strike it from the record. Madam Speaker.
I know you're playing with words.
Strike it from the record, but they don't care. That's why they're not here. And what we should do as elected representatives of the people, it is your school. It is your responsibility. And this unfounded nonsense where we're afraid, oh, if we make this decision, they're going to stop the money. It's my money. And as I said in the meeting, I dare them to stop the money. When the Island Council takes a decision, I dare the ministry to stop funding public education in this country. It's our school, it's our children, Madam Speaker. Are we sitting in a council and with a government that we don't know our responsibility, and we are allowing some blue-eyed civil servants in Holland to make decisions on our behalf, and don't make the decision, Madam Speaker, that is stifling our children and stifling the development in this country? Then I have to consider if I want to be continuing to support this government. And I also need to evaluate, Madam Speaker, whether I should be a member of this Island Council, because as it was written on the Facebook, the circus coming to the town. I am not a part of a circus. I am a part of an Island Council elected by the people of this country, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I expect that the government, the Island Council, the Executive Council that has the support of the Island Council, that it would rise to the occasion, Madam Speaker, and defend the interests of the people. I don't need to wait for civil servant from OCB. I don't need to wait for Dutch Minister, State Secretary. I don't need to wait for Kingdom representative to come and do my job. And I heard it was said that people say, yes, I told the commission and side. I'm not saying that he didn't do anything at all. But if you're doing and you don't inform the council who is your employer, then it open for any interpretation. We had a meeting in June. We passed a motion. We gave specific instructions, Madam Speaker. The leader, the political leader of the government, which is the colleague to the commissioner, give us a little briefing here and there, stating that the commissioner would come back and he would inform us. And it will be very wrong if I say that the government is not doing anything. But again, I'm saying if we're doing, people must know what we're doing. The council must know what you're doing. And there comes a moment, Madam Speaker, that you need to challenge the very system, the very laws that you're working with. The common man in the street don't know all the semantics, whether legal, political, or administrative, but they expect their representatives to rise to the occasion. I hear a lot of things were said, but what, doesn't the staff at the GVP matters? I don't have people in education. Well, my wife is a teacher, but she's not at Gwendolyn Van Patten School. She's involved in our overall education in the country. But the bottom line about the matter is I'm from the north. From the north, Madam Speaker, and north people, we like to fight. Because we're going to stand up and fight for what is right. And if I perceive that I'm in this council and having to succumb to the whims and fancy of the Dutch civil service or the Dutch political system, then I will resign. Because that's not what the people elect me here to do. The people elected me, like they did with the others, Madam Speaker, to represent the people. And that's what I'm doing. And so I think the small man and women in the country listening to the maximum authority in education, because he is the Commissioner of Education. And he, by definition, admits, he admitted all what they did so far. The result is nihil. I'm now hearing that he refused, and I congratulate you for taking that stand. I know you're so strong that you
Speak to the
refused
chair,
to
Mr.
stand
Van
on a
Putten.
picture
Yes.
with them in Holland because they didn't do what you want. Congratulations that you did that. But the people need to know you did that. The council, who's your employer, need to know you know that. Not when the fire get hot and we come in the council, then we get this kind of information. Speaker, it is 2.5 years plus. Do we have to wait for more staff members to leave the institution? Do we have to wait for, or does we have to wait for parents to take their children and send them either to St. Martin, Curacao, Aruba, wherever, Bonaire, to continue their education and then they shut down? No. It's our school. It belongs to us. Again, I'm saying it couldn't happen in the worst municipality in Holland. And why should it happen here? You imagine a gemeenteraad in Tilburg, Utrecht, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, that a situation was going on like this, and they would be fearful to make decisions because maybe if we think the teachers ain't gonna get paid, they stop. Speaker, when I listen to this kind of nonsense, this type of phony talk, Madam Speaker, it sent my pressure up. Because the question is, where is the authority of the island government? The island government. Where is the authority of the island council? People in Station didn't vote for no minister in Holland. They didn't vote for nobody in OCW or WCW, whatever name they have. They vote for 5 island council members. 2 of the 5 island council members, lead 3 from the side of the PLP, are now commissioners on the executive council, and 2 new people came in, along with myself. And then we have the honorable members of the opposition. Madam Speaker, the people voted for their local representative to lead and to act. And as I said before, sometimes you have to challenge the system.
Mr. Van Putten, not to get in any debate with you. The islands also take part in second chamber elections.
Well, yes, I voted. I voted.
Ministers.
Yes, I voted for, but they don't consider that they're my representative. But let me remind you, since you're trying to give me political science class, I listened to a debate in Holland some years ago. I think it was the 2nd or the 3rd cabinet of Mark Rutte. And a member of the VVD party said, they don't consider us true Dutch people. They loan us their passport. I heard it with these 2 ears. So I went and voted. Maybe I might vote for the boy, Don said it again. Because I think he's doing a good. Maybe, I don't know yet. Maybe, because I think he's okay. But Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is the local government have its authority. And I listened when the colleague on the left-hand side said that I said, and I did say, that some people afraid something about power, whatever it is. But the bottom line about the matter, Madam Speaker, it's an interpretation. Is it a public school or a private school? For me, it's a public school. The article is clearly stated, Austin Woodley, rest him in his grave. He had a vision in the foresight back then. And they started it. They're coming up with all kind of nonsense, telling you, oh yeah, this and that. Listen, let them present. Let them present any decision that was taken by any executive council that agreed for them to change the statute that resulted in trying out the government. Besides that, it's our money. It's our money. And who determined whether it's a public or private school? And education is something that we should handle. No wonder so much of our people are dying. Because then we thinking, boy, we can't do anything. We afraid. I love the French side. Because the French government from time to time come with these kind of nonsense and putting laws in place. mainland France, and the people come to the streets. They stand up and defend. The elected representatives take firm position and they force the hands of the colonial master, the colonial power, but we are afraid. Yeah, the ministry, listen, Madam Speaker, who are we fooling? Who are we standing up and defending? I am not a subordinate to no minister, no parliamentarian in Holland. I am a member of the Parliament of Station that we refer to as an island council, elected in a free and fair election by the people of this country. And that is who I give accountability to. I was commissioner too. I went to Holland where chief of staff told me I had to speak Dutch. And I told him I had to be black and white. I had encounters with ministers, state secretary, and parliamentarians. And your child, and today, this is a PLP-led government. A government, Madam Speaker, that comes out from a party that was formed with core values, was to challenge the colonial or re-colonial system in our country. The leader said maybe we need constitutional reform, but I don't think it will happen in my time. I don't think so. Because I don't know if we have the courage, not necessarily of a government, but the people. I don't know if the people in this country have the courage to stand up and fight this. But the knees are in our necks, Madam Speaker. The people are bleeding. The people are suffering. Because when decisions that are important to this country need to be made and the elected and appointed governments need to stand up, we're looking over our shoulders. Are we able from a legal point of view to make decisions? And again I'm saying, from action you get reaction. And if the Dutch was right on this side, on this issue, they would have stepped in already. But again I'm saying, who determined whether the school is public or it is private? The people of Station, we farm it. It's our school, and I dare them. I know they are listening, because they have the people in their press room. I dare them, Madam Speaker, to stop the funding. And I wouldn't ask the council, as a citizen, as an elected representative, I will go to court with them. But they're laughing at us. They're laughing at us, you know why? Because they're saying, look how these jokers down here in Station fighting with each other and getting all aggravated over a situation that they don't really care about. But I'm calling on the people. If this country and its people don't stand up, it will be perilous days ahead. Because we have been very submissive, very complacent. A gentleman told me some years ago on more than one occasion that Black Harry preferred Station. Black Harry, I think, was one of the early leaders of the Methodist Church. And I used to be an active member there. That's where my early learning and knowledge of Christ and education come from, because I attended the Methodist kindergarten school. And I continue to say, no, Black Harry, despite what they did him, never prayed for the country. And as a matter of fact, God don't answer bad prayers. But it is us. We are too submissive. I don't want to say law-abiding, so let me use the word submissive. And again, I'm saying, we are afraid. We are afraid sometimes of our own shadows. And I think one former president of the United States, I think with one of the Eisenhowers, said the biggest fear that a man could have is fear of himself. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear that I am not the subordinate of no minister, no parliamentarian, no civil servants in Holland. I said it is God and then the Island Council. And I form part of the most powerful institution in this country. And why? We represent the people. And if we as elected representatives can't stand up and rise to the occasion, when election come and they go up and ask the people to vote for them, they should stone them. Like what I see they're doing in Guyana and Jamaica and some other Caribbean countries. Leaders must lead, Madam Speaker. And they must stand firm and strong. Nail their flag to the mast of the delegation and stand up and be counted and represent the interests of the people. And so in wrapping up this debate, I am very clear, and this is not emotion. Madam Speaker, I am clear that we need to bring a solution to what is taking place at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School over the past 2 to 3 years. And I agree that whatever happens, whatever decision is taken, it must not just be temporal, it must be long-lasting. Because as a public representative, one of the elected leaders in this country, I believe that education and healthcare is the 2 most crucial areas of national development. And so, Speaker, if you don't have good health and you don't have education, you are dead. And we are dying slowly but surely because our health care is in shambles. Commissioners go to Holland. They travel the world around fighting to improve healthcare in this country. Island Council, every time we go to Holland, along with commissioners, or even when they are separately, you're going to the ministries, you're going to the parliaments, and you're talking with them about the situation that is taking place in education and healthcare. And when you walk through the door, they forget what you tell them. Some of them don't even come because they don't give a DAM. They don't care. They don't care, Madam Speaker. They don't care. They don't care. And if you're coming to reprimand me, D is in the alphabet, A is in the alphabet, and M. And I stand behind the statement, Madam Speaker. They don't care. I am the example because I am here. I am in here as an experienced parliamentarian defending the interests of our people. I am being respectful because they are disrespecting us. The moment of crisis is a moment of disrespect, a moment where their knees, Madam Speaker, is in the throats, in the necks of our people, and we can't breathe. We can't breathe. And all of us in here should be upset. All of us. Because we said to the young people, you are the future of this nation. We said to our teachers, we entrust that part of education in you when we send our children from the homes in the morning to the school. And what is taking place? It's a total bypass. It's a total disrespect, not only to the students, but also the teaching staff and other staff members at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School. And so again, I repeat the call to members of this most honorable and sacred house to rise to the occasion, to vote for the motion, and not only voting for a motion here today to dismiss them. I think they should have gone yesterday. But the council said we need time in a transition and cooperate. So we said by the 15th of the month. But we need to come together to put a temporal board, Madam Speaker, that will lead the charge and improve the situation. And if this don't happen, Madam Speaker, I will have to assess the way forward, because I am not a part of a circus. I don't waste time, because I could be at Camp David relaxing this hour of the afternoon. I could be at my farm. But I'm here, Madam Speaker, for hours already, fighting a cause. Because as they say, OCB didn't assume, OCB don't need to assume the responsibility for me. I know my responsibility as a government, as an elected official. And so I hope, Speaker, that the people of this country could go to their beds tonight. Children are listening. They're telling me how many thousand people are viewing and listening. Because people want to know what will happen to after today, what they will do. I know what I'm going to do. I will vote for the motion. And not only voting for the motion, I will work together with other stakeholders to find a permanent solution. But it must be clear. Ami nota mucha manda. I am not a messenger boy for Holland. I am not a messenger boy for no ministry. I'm a member of the most powerful house in this country, which is the Island Council. The council that was elected by the people of this country in a free and fair election. And against that backdrop, I heard the commissioner, and I'm not picking on him because sometimes he feels I don't like him. I love the fellow. He's my brother. He's my comrade. He's my friend. But sometimes, Madam Speaker, I believe he procrastinates somewhat. And I don't afraid to tell it to him. I tell it to him in his face. I tell it to him in his face. Madam Speaker, we need to do what we have to do. I heard the commissioner saying that he waiting for OCNB, and I mean, when you come round, you could clarify. If I misspoke, OCNB don't need to determine if I go and set up a Department of Education. We talk about it here. Of course, you need to get the money to pay the people, but it is your responsibility. We did it in 99. Of course, we were still under the Anti-Start for Fund, but the Island Council, upon recommendation of the executive branch of government, have the right to establish a deleted department. And so if you feel that education, and that's why when they wanted me to close it down after 10-10, when I became commissioner, together with Mr. Smith, I said no. I told Maria from Blythefeld, the then Minister of Education, under no condition will I close it, because their ministry is so far away in comparison to what we have here. And as commissioner, I don't have all the expertise at my disposal, so I need a department that will be able to coordinate, to come up with proposals and new ideas to government as to how we can replenish and improve our education. The government that came behind, I think under pressure, I'm not accusing, but I think under pressure, they went along. Two things they did. They closed the education department and the university medical school that Mr. Berkman is still fighting for. They closed that. I told the minister, it's your right to close it, but if you close it, the $1.3 million that was coming in my economy on an annual basis, you need to give me something in writing that you will make that money available along with my annual budget. They don't like me in Holland, and I'm glad. If they like me, God knows I will be frightened. I will be frightened, Madam Speaker. I'm glad they don't like me, but I love them in Jesus' name. But I don't like what they are doing to this country. I don't like what they are doing to the people. And I'm saying to the Dutch, take your knee out of our neck. Let us run our affairs. Let us run our affairs. No ministry in Holland. Don't interfere with the day-to-day operation of the different municipality governments. And you shouldn't do it here. And I said by doing this, I know we are not doing anything illegal, but if they feel when this motion is passed that we're violating the law, let's go court. And let the court decide if what this council would have done on this 21st day of our Lord in August 2025, let them undo it. So again, I call on the members. We love the young people. We chase the youth votes in the election not so long ago. We said to teachers, we will improve education. We said to parents, we are the alternative. We will do it better than the other one would have done it. Let us put our money where our mouth is, and let us vote in favor, Madam Speaker, of the young people, of the staff, and of the parents. Because these young people, tomorrow, when I'm in my rocking chair, Madam Speaker, these young people would be the ones that would lead this country. And if we don't ensure that they have proper education, then Crapo would smoke our pipe. May it please you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilman Clive Putten. We continue in round two, and I now give you the opportunity to address the meeting in round two, Councilman Glenville Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very short. Faction leader on this side, Mr. Van Putten, already brought up the subject, the issue of a Department of Education on the island. As the Commissioner said, you know, that he's having issues with OCV on that matter. So my question is, you know, what exactly is the apprehension of the OCV department for you establishing a Department of Education? Do you need OCV's permission to establish a Department of Education? Although education is a national issue, we know that in the law, bylaws we're discussing here today, there are areas of education that are responsibility of the island government. Just like healthcare is a national responsibility, we also have a healthcare department that deals with certain areas of health. As far as I'm aware, the local government is responsible for school buildings, school transportation. We give support to students going overseas. We prepare and provide information to students. We have, and I think the Commissioner is working on agreements with colleges and universities in the United States and elsewhere for our students who want to study in the region, and giving support to parents, students, and those and many other areas. So my question is specifically, you know, what is your request to OCV that they have such a difficulty with approving the idea, or, yeah, again, do you need their approval to establish an education department here on the island? So I request the Commissioner to give us a little more information on that particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Glenville Schmidt. Second round, you may now address the meeting, Councilman Derek Simmons.
Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Councilman Derek Simmons. Final member of the Island Council to address this topic is Council Lady Raquel Spanacarty. You may now speak.
Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Council Lady Spanacarty. Commissioner, I want to give you the opportunity, as coming out of round two, there are a few questions that require answers for the Island Council.
Was referred to also by Councilman Van Putten. We are not waiting on permission. The problem is actually funding. So we're not waiting on their permission to start our education department. Once we are waiting to commence, we would like them to support the program, support the department for maybe 1 or 2 years so that we can get the opportunity to budget it. Okay. I don't know. The problem that OCA has with it is that they are saying it's monies that they would have to pay. But we find we have been motivating it, and we are working on it along with the director of social domain. We are working on that in light of the fact that we have a lot of students that travel to the US, and the results that we are seeing of our students in the Netherlands, we have done some other stuff, other exercises to help our students that go to the States. But we want to make it more structural, the advising, and that whenever they have issues that the commissioner cannot be abreast of everything, that he have a department that he can go and say, listen, you all are dealing with this on a daily basis, give me some professional advice. Because education is a very challenging field, and it doesn't stay stagnant for any long period of time. And everybody is aware that for the last couple of years we are having a lot of challenge in that area. And I think the strike that we have is also a signal of that, the challenges that you have in the educational field. So I hope I've answered the questions that were posed by Councilman Smith. Getting back to the situation that we are in, I hope that the interrelations of within the system at the GVP school, between the staff and the management, has reached such a stage that I question how are we going to move forward, because I think that's something that everybody is looking forward to, you know, because solutions are needed, constructive solutions are needed in that area, and we mustn't stick within the box. And actually, Councilman Smith, to answer your question, I'm just receiving information that it's on the 2026 budget. It has been placed on the 2026 budget for the Department of Education. So if the funding comes in from the Netherlands, fine. But we are making this sacrifice to put it on the budget for 2026. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Merkman. Commissioner Richelin Leedam, you wanted to address the meeting at this point, or Councilman Van Putten, you had a point of clarification? Point of order or clarification?
It's a statement, Speaker. I didn't want to interrupt the commissioner, but I'm glad when he came back and he said it's on the 2026 budget. Whether they give the money or they don't give the money, I think that we need to have priorities and we need to make sacrifices. And education is important. And I believe that whatever that needs to be done, not just pertaining to the students going to the US and elsewhere, but we need at the Department of Education. We established one in 1999. And the government that came after to close it out. But you need a Department of Education here in this island to be able to assist, in this case, your government or whoever come in the future. So whatever needs to be done, the island government must find the space and the means to establish a full-fledged Department of Education. May it please you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councilman Clyde Van Putten. Commissioner Richelin Leedam will now address the Island Council. You may speak. Commissioner Leerdam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all those who are listening by way of radio. I'm in a different capacity now, but at the end of the day, I'm still a politician. I can recall when my commissioner colleague escalated this issue to the Executive Council, and the series of meetings that we took or had right after that, I can recall, because of the importance and the urgency of the matter, my commissioner colleague, I think you didn't sell yourself enough, but during recess on vacation, also enter a meeting. On his behalf, while he was out, because we support each other, the governor and I also underwent a series of meetings. But I just want to be very, very clear, because it seems that there's a misunderstanding out there where the Executive Council lies. I, in particular, I lie for a solution, de-escalation. This is not a fight between the Executive Council and the board, or the Executive Council and OCWA. It's a fight for the rights of the children. And that was highlighted in every discussion. And I don't know if I can say it or not, but the Executive Council entirely was on the same page. It didn't matter what position you held within the Executive Council, the message was clear. And also to OCWA, at this point in time, you do not want to step in, but you're stopping, I said, my council, because I work for them, who's trying to make a difference, who's trying to solve the problem. You are then trying to hold their hands, stop what they're doing, but you don't see the urgency. And I ask the question, when will it be enough? When enough will be enough? And I told the faction leader, it's time. I mean, we see it, it's healthcare, and Madam Chair, permit me, I might stray a bit, but I come into the point.
If you stray too much, I will notify.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's healthcare, it's education. What next? What next? It all leads to one thing. At the end of the day, constitutional reform. We can't run from it. Every time you run from it, you end up right back there. It's a discussion we don't want to have, but it's a discussion that needs to be had. We need to start the discussion. We need to restart the discussion. How does that look? How can we fill this in for the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years? We need to have these discussions because we're going to end up right here. When you keep on pushing me, and I told them at the end of the day, I can be unbiased, I can try to mediate so much and no more, but a stop gonna come. And when that stop gonna come, then you're gonna hear, Statia's this, Statia's that, we wanna fight, X, Y, Z, but we tried. We tried to basically mediate in between the solution to find a way that we don't have to be fighting each other. If you look at it, who's fighting? And we should not even be fighting. Who's fighting? And I'm not saying that you can't have these things, and I think Councilman Simmons said it. You have these things. It's normal, it's a part of it. These things happen in governing. So I'm not saying that we're not going to experience this again, but how do we come to solutions? How can we help the future of Statia? They said education is the key to success. That's why we are failing, and that's why we can't nation build. That's why our children are not actually excelling. They come back home and they don't really have anything. And I told OCWA, then you're going to turn around and write a report to tell me how my children are failing. And you're the cause. Something needs to be done. The idea is not to be fighting with each other. I don't want to engage in any fight with no school board. I don't want to engage in any fight with no union, because this is not our Pakian in terms of any union. A union have its role to play, just like any other company. But this is now borderlining a bigger issue. It's a serious issue. And enough is enough. And this has not been about emotional, it's about the future. And together, we need to find a solution. And I think, and I believe actually, at this point, I do hope and pray that the school board and the union can come to some discussions and really see what is at stake. The students, their classes, their future are at stake. When we met with the school board, I basically told them and the executive council, we don't have any desire to fight with you. That is not our desire. Let's see how we can work together. How we can work this out together. We put an olive branch, we waved the white flag. We didn't go in there with any fighting. And like I said, the meeting was so good. I felt that we made some good agreements with each other. I felt that there was good steps towards finding a solution. And I was very, very shocked when I saw that letter came back. So at the end of the day, you are putting the executive council in between where we're trying to find solutions. And I keep on mentioning it. At the end of the day, we right now in the political arena, on the floor, and the Island Council tries as much as possible to work together because the bigger picture is Statia. And if the Island Council, politicians can do this, what is going on, Statia? What is going on? Let us do better. It don't have to get to this. It don't have to be personal. It don't have to get to where it is. Statia don't even need this right now. We got an economy that's struggling. We don't have the time for this. So my last message and my plea, if I may, as a commissioner, Statia, we need to do better. It doesn't have to get to this. Come together. And let's work for the benefit of our children. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone. And let's really hope after today we can really come to solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leerdam. With your permission, members of the Island Council have been notified by the Registrar's Office that they have made one or two small corrections, adjustments to the Raadsbesluit that will accompany the motion, and therefore, before surprising you on the floor with the few corrections, they would like for us to take a brief 15-minute, Madam Registrar, to go over the details with you so that together when you are about to announce the Raadsbesluit, followed by your vote on the motion, followed by the Raadsbesluit, that you are in agreement with the few minor adjustments that were made. So on that note, you have received from the Registrar's Office a copy of the document in question, the Raadsbesluit. It is now 5:58. My wish is that we can return here at 6:10. 6:10. Thank you, members. I herewith adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes. The registrar will walk you through the changes.
change is on the horizon. Station. A shift in wind. A revised traffic ordinance to safeguard our lives. The roar of your motorized cycle must now be accompanied by a vital piece of headgear, a helmet. Not just a suggestion, but a mandatory measure. The law. From now on, each ride must begin with the snap of a helmet buckle. A simple act, yet it holds the power to save lives, to prevent irreversible damage. The helmet isn't just a piece of gear. It's a promise to yourself and to those who care about you. Remember, it's not just about abiding by the law. It's about valuing your life and the lives of other road users. So, as you rev up your cycle, hear the echo in your mind. Snap it before you crank it. This is not just a slogan. It's a mantra for safety, a call to action. No exceptions, no excuses. Take a moment, make the right choice, because every journey, no matter how short or long, deserves a safe return. So, Stacia, snap it before you crank it. A change is on the horizon. Station. A shift in wind. A revised traffic ordinance to safeguard our lives. The roar of your motorized cycle must now be accompanied by a vital piece of headgear, a helmet. Not just a suggestion, but a mandatory measure. The law. From now on, each ride must begin with the snap of a helmet buckle. A simple act, yet it holds the power to save lives, to prevent irreversible damage. The helmet isn't just a piece of gear. It's a promise to yourself and to those who care about you. Remember, it's not just about abiding by the law. It's about valuing your life and the lives of other road users. So, as you rev up your cycle, hear the echo in your mind. Snap it before you crank it. This is not just a slogan. It's a mantra for safety, a call to action. No exceptions, no excuses. Take a moment.
I herewith resume this meeting of this extraordinary meeting of the Island Council of St. Eustatius for today, Thursday, August 21st. The procedure regarding the motion and the raadsbesluit will be as follows. Councilman Van Putten will be asked to read the motion once again. We will then go over to the members of the Island Council voting on said motion, followed immediately by the raadsbesluit. and there is also a raadsbesluit, which the decision that needs to be voted on to complete this process. So Councilman Van Putten, as the initiator, I give you the opportunity to once again read the motion and also express your vote immediately. You may now address the meeting.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. The motion reads, considering the recent strikes of teachers of the Gwendolyn Van Putten School, considering the inspection reports relating to the poor quality of education at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School, considering the breakdown in communication and the lack of cooperation among stakeholders, considering the lack of intervention of responding party OCV, considering the children are the future of the island, considering all adults are responsible for the well-being and education of children, considering that teachers are entitled to be respected and protected in an education environment, considering parents' mind needs to be at ease and trust the school board, management, and teachers when they send their children to school, considering government cannot neglect the unjust is done to the future of the island, considering that history will hold us accountable for failing the youths by standing idle with their future is being abused, considering the youths have the right to be educated in a positive, protected, and friendly environment, resolves that the Island Council, having established that there is serious neglect of duty by the current school board, will exercise its authority under Article 3.15 of the VET for the focus on the base 2020, the law of secondary education 2020, to commence procedures to dismiss members of the current school board of the Gwendolyn Van Putten School effective the 15th of September 2025, to immediately establish an interim board to assume responsibility for the management and the governance of public education, to request that an interim board be tasked with restoring trust, ensuring accountability, and safeguarding the education environment for our children, parents, and teachers, and to request the Ministry of the OCV to act within their proper role and goes over to the order of the day. Madam Speaker, brief elucidation and motivation on my vote. Like I said, this was not a deliberate attempt. I think that we give all the stakeholders the necessary time and opportunity to come to a solution. And I haven't taken note that despite efforts made by all concerned, that we are still in a situation of limbo, which is not beneficial to the students and also the teaching staff at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School. So we came to this decision to present this motion where the Island Council had to assume its responsibility and vote to replace the current board at the Gwendolyn Van Putten School. We hope that both the Executive and Island Council will work together from tonight, tomorrow, to be able to put a new interim board in place and get the situation back on track. And having said this, I vote in favor of this motion. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Van Putten. Councilman Glenville Schmidt, you may now vote.
Hello, yes. Yes, before I vote, also for the first time, I want to motivate my vote. And I would like to just state that my vote for the motion, is not against any one party, any party, or in favor of the other. As I've said in my presentation, I call on all parties, all stakeholders to get together and solve this matter in the interest of our speedy return to normalcy at the secondary school. And I vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Councilman Glenville Schmidt. Councilman Derek Simmons, you may now express your vote.
For.
Thank you, Councilman. Council Lady Raquel Spanner Carty, you too may express your vote.
Against.
I herewith determine that based on 4 members present and 3 members voting for the motion and 1 against, the motion is herewith carried. We move on now to the Raadsbesluit, which we have before us. The Raadsbesluit, I will allow the registrar to read the Island Council Raadsbesluit, after which then we will vote on the actual Raadsbesluit.
Good evening. Island Council proposal dated the 21st of August 2025, number 011/2025 IC. Subject, escalating situation of the Gwendolyn van Putten School. Proposal to dismiss the members of the current school board of the Gwendolyn van Putten School effective September 15th, 2025. As per Article 321 of the Wet Voorgezet Onderwijs 2020. To immediately establish an interim board to assume responsibility for the management and governance of the public school board. And number 3, to request that the interim board be tasked with restoring trust, ensuring accountability, and safeguarding the educational environment of children, parents, and teachers. Introduction. This motion recognizes that the children are the future of our island and that their education and well-being must be upheld as a shared responsibility. Teachers deserve respect and protection. Parents must have trust in the school system, and government cannot neglect its duty to safeguard the rights of our youth. History will judge us if we fail to act while their future is at risk. Serious concerns persist regarding the governance and operations of Gwendolyn van Putten School. Recent inspectorate reports on secondary education cite underperformance and insufficient quality in teaching and learning, while unresolved tensions between school management and labor union representing staff continue to disrupt stability. There is severe dereliction of duties by the school board. In Dutch, that is called taakverwaarlozing. The various reports of the inspectorate state that the education quality is below par. Additionally, the teachers and union have expressed an unsafe and bad work environment due to bad governance, and the school board is in breach of various stipulations of the Articles of Association. Taking these factors into account, the Island Council invokes Article 3.21 of the Wet Voorgezet Onderwijs 2020 and as a necessary step to address and bring resolution to this ongoing situation in the interest of safeguarding the future of our children. Is it the right one? Island Council decision. Yes. Sorry, you mixed up a few papers. The Island Council decision to dismiss the members of the current school board of the Gwendolyn van Putten School effective September 15, 2025, as per Article 321 of the Wet Voorgezet Onderwijs. Number 2, to immediately establish an interim board to assume responsibility for the management and governance of the public school board. And number 3, to request that the interim board be tasked with restoring trust, ensuring accountability, and safeguarding the educational environment for children, parents, and teachers. Thus decided in the public meeting of the Island Council dated the 21st of August, signed by the chair lady and myself.
We will now go over to members of the Island Council being able to express their vote on this raadsbesluit. I start with you, Councilman Clyde Van Putten.
Speaker, I vote for the raadsbesluit.
Councilman Glenville Schmidt.
I vote for.
Councilman Derek Simmons.
For.
Council Lady Raquel Spanner-Carty.
Against.
With 3 votes for and 1 against, the raadsbesluit is herewith carried by a majority. This brings us at the end of agenda point 4 of this meeting, this extraordinary meeting of the Island Council of St. Eustatius for today. Agenda point 5 regards the closing, and we have come to the end of our meeting for today. I want to thank you all for the discussions, quite intense, where the members of the Island Council have expressed their wish to ensure good governance and also a functioning school in the interest of the children of St. Eustatius. I want to ask us please to all stand in respect of the Golden Rock song. The meeting is herewith adjourned.